Yes, I did. I called him, but I just left a message. I did. We have for the two of you, we have a runoff candidate. No, a write-in candidate.
Oh, really?
Precinct.
What are the rules on that?
The deadline was yesterday. Just fill out a simple form.
And you can write yourself in for the November election?
Yeah.
It has to be independent, or is it on a party?
No, you can be with the party or independent.
Oh, so we ran.
I think so, if you're right. But you're right.
First one that's done it since I've been here.
Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Is he not here?
I think so.
Yes, sir.
I'll start sitting down as soon as we get your consent. This one goes. Almost got a system worked out. I'm wondering, because I switched to this one because it has audience participation, which they go right there, you and me.
Tax rate holiday.
Thank you.
This is also the holiday.
All right, here we go.
Oh, just a
Good morning and welcome to the, is it August 20th? The August 20th Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Thank you very much. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Tom Schleter of the Prince of Peace House of Prayer in Arlington. Please rise for the invocation and pledges.
Good morning, Court. Every morning I recite this passage before the Lord, and I would like it to be my prayer for all of you. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and all that is within me. Bless his holy name. Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all of his benefits. He pardons all your iniquities. He heals all your diseases. He redeems your life from the pit and crowns you with steadfast love and mercy. He satisfies you with good, so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. The Lord performs righteous deeds and judgments for all who are oppressed. Father, we decree these blessings over the court. We decree the fulfillment of all of them in each of the commissioners and in the judge and in all of those who are participating today. We especially, dear Lord, decree the last verse. Let righteous judgments be rendered so that any that are oppressed can be set free. Yes. We love you and we cherish you, Lord, and we thank you for your mercy and grace over this court and over this county. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now the Texas flag.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just a couple of quick announcements here. We have one item, which is 9H1 under the Criminal District Attorney's section. That item has been pulled from consent and will be held until after closed. On Section 9 also, 3 items have been pulled from consent. D7, H1, and J3. That's all we have, sir.
D7, H1, J3.
Yes, sir. Correct.
So off consent, 9H1, D7, H1, and J3.
That is correct, sir.
What's the difference between 9H1 and H1?
Nothing. I'm sorry that we got 2 different requests on that one, but so it is just a duplicate.
Okay, we're pulling it off twice.
Okay.
Okay, that was really off.
Sorry.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Got it. Okay. All right, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements?
Just that we had a very successful Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's symposium this past Saturday. We had over 300 people in attendance, and good information was received, and a good time was had by all.
Good event. Anyone else?
Yes. Our Precinct 2 Roads and Bridges Infrastructure Town Hall takes place August 22nd. And we will have, we'll be talking about the projects that we have underway in Precinct 2 and upcoming. So all the public is invited to be there.
Okay. Anybody else?
We have our senior event on Thursday. I think it starts at 8:30. And I think we'll have a great turnout and a great time will be had by all. So.
Just a reminder for our seniors in Precinct 4, we've got transportation coming from both Saginaw and White Settlement Senior Centers, so to get downtown to Will Rogers.
All right, I have a couple. One is NPI, which is an organization that's dedicated to public procurement, has awarded the 2024 Achievement of Excellence in Procurement Award to Tarrant County. We apparently are one of 198 agencies in the United States and Canada and one of 49 counties to receive the award. So congratulations to all in purchasing. Job well done. There's that one. I want to commend our public speakers the last 2 meetings for making public comments more civil and for your cooperation. I intend for this to be the last time I read this one. And I think there's going to be a policy that we look at sometime in September or October about courtroom decorum and what the court wants to do there. But until then, we're still operating under the old policies, which state the following. It is the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide open access to the citizens of Tarrant County to address the Commissioners Court and to express themselves on issues of county government. Members of the public are reminded that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court is a constitutional court with both judicial and legislative powers created under Article 5, Section 1 and Section 18 of the Texas Constitution. As a constitutional court, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court also possesses the power to issue a contempt of court citation under Texas Local Government Code, Section 81.023. Accordingly, all members of the public in attendance at any regular, special, or emergency meeting of the Commissioners Court shall conduct themselves with proper respect and decorum in speaking to or addressing the court, in participating in public discussions before the court, and in all actions in the presence of the court. Those members of the public who do not conduct themselves in an orderly and appropriate manner will be ordered to leave the meeting. Refusal to abide by the Commissioners Court's order or continued disruption of the meeting may result in arrest and prosecution under the laws of the state of Texas. It is not the intention of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to provide a public forum for the demeaning of any individual or group. Neither is it the intention of the Commissioners Court to allow a member or members of the public to insult the honesty and integrity of the Commissioners Court as a body, or any member or members of the court individually or collectively. Accordingly, profane, insulting, or threatening language directed toward the Commissioners Court or any person in the court's presence, or racial, ethnic, or gender slurs or epithets will not be tolerated. Violation of these rules may result in the following actions. 1, cancellation of a speaker's remaining time. 2, removal from the Commissioner's courtroom. 3, a contempt citation. And 4, such other civil and criminal sanctions as may be authorized under the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas. The county judge, as presiding officer of the Commissioner's Court, is responsible for conducting all meetings. Members of the public who have properly completed and submitted the audience participation form must wait to be recognized before they will be allowed to address the court. Those members of the public that have been recognized by the county judge must limit their remarks to no more than 3 minutes. And again, if it's 3 minutes, there is a clock here that tells you, there is a buzzer. Somebody over here starts it. When you get to the 3 minutes, please conclude. If you continue to go over, I will say once, thank you, your time is up. If you continue to try to speak, you'll be removed. So prefer not to have any of that. And with that, we now move to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. And we have one item there, which is the recognition of the 2024 Texas County Judges and Commissioners Award.
And Judge and Commissioners, we have Ms. Courtney Davis here to make that presentation.
Good morning,
Good
Judge
morning.
and Commissioners. Thank you for your time this morning. It is with great honor that myself and a few members of my team are here to present this award. The Texas Extension Association for Family and Consumer Sciences is the Texas affiliate of a national organization that supports the professional development and the extension programs across the nation. And each year we have the ability to nominate a Commissioner's Court for their undying support to the local extension program. And I'm very happy to say that this year Tarrant County was recognized as the court for the state of Texas, and we were very proud of that and very grateful to all of you for your support of the extension program. So I'm going to call Elena Woolsey. With me today, I've got Elena Woolsey, who's one of our family and community health agents, and Krista DeStefano, another family and community health agent. I have Alexia Davala. She is one of our newest members. She is one of our expanded food and nutrition educators. Sancy Hall, Better Living for Texans Extension agent, and then Robin Hall, who is our expanded food and nutrition agent. So Elena is actually going to read the synopsis that was read during the presentation, the formal presentation of this award, which happened in Abilene a couple weeks ago. Commissioner Fickus was able to join us, but I've asked her to read that so that everybody has an idea of the nomination.
The support of our Commissioners Court across the 254 counties across the state of Texas is vital to the success of our educational outreach in our communities. Each year, the Texas Extension Association of Family and Consumer Sciences recognizes a Commissioners Court for their support and collaboration in agri-life programming across the state. This year, the County Judges and Commissioners Award is being awarded to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. Sancy Hall, our BLT educator, writes, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court allocated ARPA funds to support the Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Tarrant County Eat Well, Feel Well Nutrition and Garden Project. This initiative aimed to integrate gardening, nutrition, education, and family engagement to increase fruit and vegetable consumption among Tarrant County residents, addressing food insecurity and reducing obesity and related health conditions. The Tarrant County Commissioners Court, along with their dedicated staff, demonstrated exceptional support for our initiative to secure funds for our comprehensive program. Their unwavering commitment enabled us to offer enriching hands-on learning opportunities encompassing gardening, nutrition, healthy food preparation, physical activity, and food safety. Furthermore, their willingness to prioritize qualified census tracts within Tarrant County schools underscored their dedication to serving communities most in need. Their additional programming and ongoing support have been invaluable in their efforts to make a positive impact on the health and well-being of residents across the county. As a participant of the Eat Well, Feel Well program, I am privileged to collaborate with elected officials who empathize with the challenges faced by their constituents. Their proactive stance, evident in both words and actions, is commendable. The substantial allocation of funds for this project is amidst numerous budget priorities in an urban county is truly impressive. We greatly appreciate the support of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court and are honored to recognize them with this award. And we name the members. Thank you for your support of our AgriLife programs in Tarrant County.
Thank you.
And we have a plaque for each of you. If you guys want to take those up. If you don't mind, as they present those, if I can grab a picture, I would
Certainly.
greatly appreciate it.
I just want to know if it were the goats mowing the resource connection, if that's what put it over the top.
We actually didn't have a whole lot to do with that. That was Jamie out at Resource Connection. We did offer some guidance and some information, but we didn't have a whole lot.
Maybe that'll help us to be repeat winners.
Yes, right?
We'll defend our title.
That's next
Yes.
year. If you don't mind, and Tracy, I'll take a picture. Can we do one group picture real quick? Tracy, Alfred, and Tim.
This guy may be a good one. All right, everybody gather around up here, show your awards, move some chairs over.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming through.
Okay, thank you all very much. We appreciate you being here, and we are honored to receive this. Do we have a motion to
Move to
receive and file?
Second,
Now we have a motion, a second, to receive and file. Any discussion?
I do have some comments. I so very much appreciate the folks at AgriLife. All of them are my friends because they spend a lot of time in Precinct 2 helping us with programs and supporting us. So thank you, and congratulations on your award.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. Okay, passes unanimously. Brings us to the consent agenda as amended. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Which brings us over to the regular agenda item. There are multiple actions needed to be taken for A1. It's not just one motion. Something you're going to add here?
I was only going to add that you made my comments for me, Judge. There were several actions to be taken here. 1 and 2 need to happen no matter what. 3 or 4 will happen depending on whatever rate the Commissioners Court proposes. So just wanted y'all to be aware of that. You do have the rates that, as they've been calculated by the tax office in the background for reference, and I believe we have several audience participations.
Yeah. Okay, well, I will make a motion that we receive and file the proposed no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for Tarrant County. I will include in my motion that we adopt the tax rate for year 2024 of 18.75 cents.
Second.
I believe that's all that's needed.
For 2, we would need to do number 4, just authorizing us to approve a posting of a notice
Okay.
of meeting to vote.
And then
on
I
tax rate.
move to approve the posting on number 4. All of those combined into one motion.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item?
I do have
Okay.
some discussion. In looking at this, just for my purposes, I am not a CPA, but it would be better if I had something that says, here is what we expect to bring in or brought in, and here's what we're spending. Exactly what we expect to bring in and expect to spend. We are lowering revenue and still spending money, and what that's eventually going to do to our financial stability in the future, if we continue upon this path, concerns me. So I'm not sure how sustainable this is, but I 100% support it this year. That's it.
Okay, any other comments before I bring up speakers? All right, the first speaker is Geraldine Jackie Cox. Is she present? The next one is Perla Jo Borquez. Following Ms. Borquez is Julie Griffin.
Hi, hello. My name is Perla Bojorquez. I am running for state representative in House District 93. That is North Fort Worth, Keller, Blue Mound, Hazlet, Saginaw. So thank you for your time. I am here speaking on this agenda item because I know that it's going to affect taxpayers and it's going to affect the schools. So when we look at the no new revenue rates, you're going to take this funding that we rely on as is right now with what we have going on with this legislator not providing funds for the schools today. We have an education funding crisis. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you, Commissioner Simmons, for adding the information that we should be seeing. How much money are we going to be losing at these tax rates? How much money do we have as is to pay for all the things that we pay with our property taxes? So that is the beginning of it. I honestly don't think that we should be making any Tarrant County appraisal differences or anything to the TAD office. These appraisal districts were created in 1981 specifically to get the politics out of property taxation process. Right now, we have Tim O'Hare, your campaign treasurer, is the TAD chairman. There's a huge conflict of interest in my eyes that your treasurer for your campaign is making these huge decisions for Tarrant County. So that is my 2 cents on that. I think there's a conflict of interest. I don't think we should be changing or making no new rate voter approval tax, anything with the tax appraisal district right now. So thank you for the time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Following Ms. Griffin, we have Reed Bills.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm going to be picking up where I left off last Thursday. As you know, I take issue with this budget, specifically moving essential and necessary services out of general operating funds into the land of grants, or for example, the opioid settlement fund. One Safe Place, Safe Haven, All Children's Home Child Family Services, Alliance for Children were all cut to zero from the general fund budget, and we have been told they would be funded through an opioid fund. How long will the opioid fund be available? Why is the opioid fund the appropriate vehicle for this fundamentally important work that was until now funded directly by the county in its budget? These organizations protect survivors of domestic violence, women and children, and provide emergency shelter and transitional housing to families in crisis. What do these services have to do with opioid? Is it some kind of way to have this aid to those most vulnerable in our community eventually fall by the wayside and disappear? Or will they get added back into the budget when the opioid fund is depleted? It certainly appears to be a case of make this go away. And there is to be no money for the Tarrant County Mental Health Jail Diversion Center in this budget. I have to conclude. Was the Jail Diversion Center considered to be a beneficiary of temporary ARPA largesse and then to be shunted into nowhere after ARPA funding ends in December 2024? This residential and referral center is the only resource in our county for folks with mental illness and in crisis that need respite and help that is not the jail. For months, even years, we have been asking you to expand the Mental Health Diversion Center's use, fill its beds, lower the population of the jail, and divert these persons? Is incarceration the only answer the county has now for those with mental illness and crisis? 40 beds, gone. Counseling and housing referral services, gone. Who takes responsibility for this? If you are determined to pass this budget as is with no amendments, you will do so, but listen clearly. The cruelty, tunnel vision, and short-sightedness evident here will haunt us as surely as the county contends with an ever greater proportion of our population facing homelessness with all the ills inherent in that condition. We desperately need vision to go with our population growth. Get some. The public good has a place in our budget. Change your course right now, please.
All right, and read bills.
I want to start by making an observation. When I was researching what I was going to say today, I read the Commissioner's Court communication on this item and noticed at the bottom under fiscal impact, it says, there is no fiscal impact associated with this item. And I beg to differ. There is a great fiscal impact associated with this item. I am speaking to oppose the proposed tax rate for tax year 2024. Lowering the rate at this time is an unwise, fiscally risky attempt to appease the tax-paying voters at the expense of the necessary services owed to county residents. Already reduced tax income will be diminished further because there will be no new revenue, and there will be an additional 10% homestead exemption and tax exemptions for eligible child care agencies. No funds are allocated in the proposed budget for the MHMR Jail Diversion Center once ARPA funds are expended. This court has frequently pointed to the center as a vital source of services that keeps mentally ill persons out of the jails, thus providing a partial solution to overcrowding and the need for mental health services in the county. Many social service programs provided by outside agencies have been moved from the general fund to various temporary funds, which are finite and reaching exhaustion if they have not already done so. This will result in the ending of services that residents have relied on to meet the challenges faced by the mentally ill, homeless, veterans, troubled youth, substance abusers, and other vulnerable community members. The county is facing crises in mental health, housing, and the jail. More money, not less, is needed to move forward and work towards solving these problems. I urge you to set a tax rate that will allow the county to do its duty. Most taxpayers are willing to pay the price.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Brings us to item 2. I would like to make a motion to receive and file the proposed no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for the Tarrant County Hospital District. Propose a tax rate of 18.75 cents and approve posting of a notice of meeting to vote on the tax rate. That's my motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion?
I think this is premature at best since we have not received a presentation on the hospital district's budget to lock them into a tax rate that does not consider what their budget priorities are is putting the cart before the horse.
So, yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. We just got emailed a presentation last night, so I'm being asked to vote on a tax rate, and I haven't seen a budget yet. And so we need time to review that type of information. And I can't support cutting their tax rate in the first place, when we told taxpayers we were going to build certain things, and those things aren't built. What happened to the medical home that's supposed to be in Precinct 2? Is that ever going to be built? Was it taken off the table? I can guarantee you that my mayors and city managers would like to see a Precinct 2 medical home. So there's just so much. I can't support this at this time.
I did speak to Dr. Duncan this morning, who said she was comfortable with this rate and had spoken to multiple board members, and they were comfortable with the rate also.
I met with Dr. Duncan yesterday to talk about her budget and ask her, the CEO of JPS, to ask where they were comfortable being and what her proposed budget was going to be based on, and she told me this was the rate she was projecting to put her budget together on. Also, I was very pleased with what she told me. We've been asking JPS to put a comprehensive plan together to show us exactly how they're going to execute on these projects that the citizens promised, and they're working full steam ahead. And so I see what they're doing here in Dr. Duncan's own words, so I trust her. You haven't met with her?
Yes, yeah. I've got problems.
Okay.
You know, more facilities will be brought online.
Yeah.
They'll have to bring on more staff
Yeah.
to operate those things. Last week I told you I was concerned about the sole source proposer for a $750 million MOB and bed towers. How do we know that the firm is credible? But you have a sole source, you could be looking at price increases, gouging. I think they will need more money to get these projects completed, and so and plus we've got people to serve before, during, and after these projects are built. So I need money to be there.
That was my question to her, because I think in this budget, the proposed budget that was just got yesterday, I'd asked her what that proposed surplus was going to be. You know, we balance our budget every year, but JPS had a surplus, and I asked what that's allocated for and why it's just held in cash as a surplus.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does that go towards anywhere? And she explained to me that yes, it does. So apparently they're planning all of the surplus cash they've raised over the last 4 years is for when those assets, the towers, come online, the additional personnel they're going to have to staff and all the rest. So she made me comfortable that this is what they can work with. So that's why I'm comfortable with it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2.
Thank you, Court.
Brings us to item A3, which is approval of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have any motion or discussion there?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the out-of-state travel requests. With no discussion, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Brings us to, I believe at this point, item D7. We have a speaker on D7. I don't think any court member removed D7. Sir.
Good morning, Court. Item D7 is the approval of interim funding for the continuation of 7 positions, 7 grant-funded positions for the Veterans Treatment Court.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, Ms. Cox.
I speak to you about this, I'm Jackie Cox. I speak to you about this because the whole question of how we are going to care for persons with mental disabilities who are in our jail is of primary importance to me. And really the big thing we need to be doing is spending money to keep them out of our jail. But this item, which deals with Veterans Treatment Court, Reaching Independence Through Self-Empowerment, Drug Impact Rehabilitation, and the Mental Health Diversion Court Program. All impact people who much need county resources and help to get through their lives. And all we're providing for them is grant funding. And if the grant funding goes away, then so do the programs. What about the people? We just passed a budget for the health department, kind of blind. You know, we are not being given the information to have a free, open, and educated debate on what's going on. We're just being given little scraps saying, we're not planning to do much of anything. Hi, bye. I am distressed at the failure of this county commissioner's court, this group, to take care of the people who need help from us to do better than they will do in the jail. The most expensive place to keep them is in the jail, and that becomes the residence of last resort for the people whom we could have helped more efficiently and better other places in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Brings us to item J1. Is anybody going to address J1? I guess I'm asking you, Chandler, is anyone going to address J1?
Mr. Amador is on his way up right now, sir.
All right.
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the court. I'm here seeking approval for addendum to the construction manager at risk contract for McRoy and Foss for the guaranteed maximum price for the Tim Curry Justice Center elevator addition in the amount of $13,854,720.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you. And the second item is approval of change order number 2.
This is J3. Is that what we're talking about now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Approval of change order number 2 to the construction services contract with Azteca Designs related to the Plaza building, 3rd floor finish out.
Okay, let me pull this one. Is this the one I pulled?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Yeah, okay. So I have a couple of different questions here.
Yes, sir.
I just received today a series of emails between, I guess, facilities and the group where this contract was awarded. Can you tell us first why this is taking so long? There seems to be a blame game of we say they're not doing it right and they say they're doing it right, y'all aren't doing it right. What's actually going on?
Your Honor, this has been a challenging project, to say the least. Some of the things that have caused this, there were some delays in the process of getting submittals originally on the project. Then there were some items that were no longer available, and the submittal process had to begin again, and those took some more time than usual. There was some trouble finding local subs. This firm is from San Antonio, and they had trouble getting labor. There was also some...
Why did we choose to award this contract to somebody out of San Antonio with no DFW office?
They were the apparent low on the bid, Your Honor.
Have we ever used them before?
No, sir. There was a product supply chain issues when things were ordered. It took a lot longer to get things than we would have hoped. That's outside of the contractor's responsibility. They're just supply chain issues on this one. There were some long lead items that were not ordered quickly, so they took a lot longer to get here, and that slowed the process down. And then it just kind of all started snowballing, and things just were very difficult. There was emails, as you have stated, We've worked with the group. It's always our intent to help contractors be successful. We've been very good at it over the years, and we continue to do this one. We're there. We're going to meet all the obligations of the ARPA funding. So September, we should be able to move into the new space.
Okay, here's the other question I have. So if I'm reading it correctly, the project was supposed to be completed by February 19th of 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
Why are we coming here at the end of August to say we'd like an extension of time? I'm assuming at some point between February 19th and last Friday, we knew this project wasn't going to be completed. Why is it just now getting here?
That's a request that has to come from the contractor, Your Honor, and we never received that request. So my team was talking
The contractor has to request that we move the date out? Y'all can't come and say, hey, we need to move this date out?
No, they need to tell us how much time the extension needs to be.
And so
then-
what is the penalty, if anything, if they don't complete it on time in our contracts?
We currently have none, Your Honor. We do not do liquidated damages.
Are you familiar with any other government entities that put provisions in contracts, I'm looking at you both, that put provisions in contracts where if something is not completed on time, there is a penalty clause?
So you're speaking specifically of liquidated damages. It is something that we've identified that we want to see if we can put in our contract. So it's something that we've been working with the CDA's office on. Typically, there's bad weather, like in construction projects, there's bad weather days that are accounted for and things like that. So they get a certain number of bad weather days before liquidated damages and things like that kick in. So those are the kind of provisions that we're looking at right now.
I'm going to put you on the spot here real quick. You got the interim spot when?
I got the intern spot in, it would have been around the end of April of 22.
And then you were made permanent sometime in early 23?
March.
March 23. During that time frame, how many other delays on projects have we seen that are 6 months?
I believe the answer there would be none, Your Honor. If it wasn't a supply chain issue, generally the contractors perform fairly well.
Okay. Those are my questions. Did you have something? No. Okay. All right. Do we have so at the end of the day, we either approve this or we don't. Either way, the project's not done, and either way, there's no liquidated damages, so we're just doing this as a courtesy to what? So they can show people, look, we got an extension, it was done on time. What are we doing this for?
The project requires it under contract that anytime there's any kind of change, it must go through the AIA documents for change orders.
Okay.
And an extension of time is a required request of the court.
We're doing this because it's the most expedient way to get to completion of the contract, and I move approval.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? My last question. If you didn't approve this, what happens?
We would continue. The other option, Your Honor, would be to remove this contractor from the project, and right now that would not be feasible.
Obviously, we don't want to do that. Okay. Yes. All right. We have a motion and a second. If there's no other discussion, please cast your vote. All right. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move to J4. No, that's consent. Let me get over here to the other part. What are we at?
Where are we?
K1. We did J3. K1, there it is. All right, I have a question on this one. I'm just full of them today. So last year, if memory serves me correctly, based on my emergency management authority in the county, a request was made, would I issue an order?
So I can help with that.
I did, and then the court ratified it after a certain time period. Why is this different?
So typically, last year was different because we had a fire up in the northwest part of Tarrant County, big grass fire.
Okay.
There was a construction project going on over there, and they were actually cutting some rebar, which was throwing a lot of sparks, and it started a big ground fire. We didn't, because of that major fire that took place up there, we didn't want to wait to actually have the next scheduled court meeting to ask the court to put the burn ban in effect. And as the emergency management director for the county, under state statute, we asked you to declare an emergency declaration immediately, so it took place immediately. Once you declare an emergency declaration, that stays in place for 7 days unless it falls off. Within 7 days, typically, what happens is if it needs to be extended, it comes back to the full commissioner's court for them to actually extend the emergency declaration for whatever period of time that they see fit. Our typical practice, though, is if a burn ban is to be put into effect, it is not done under an emergency declaration unless it's a timeliness issue.
Gotcha.
So in this case, again, even yesterday, there was a major grass fire up in Fort Worth. There's been a couple of other incidents going on. So with where the Keach-Byram index is right now, which is one of the main factors we look at, which is really the drought index for the state, at this time, we felt it was appropriate, especially with no rain in the forecast and the high temperatures, to go ahead and bring this before the court for their consideration.
Got it.
I wondered the same thing.
Yeah.
Sounds like he did it last year, so.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve this prohibition against outside burning. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item L1, consideration of the proposed fiscal year 25 Tarrant County holiday schedule. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve the proposed FY 2025 holiday schedule, including Cesar Chavez Day.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? So we do have several speakers. If there's no discussion, I'll bring up the speakers. First is Enrico Perez. Following Mr. Perez is Charles Bills.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Just want to say that the Cesar Chavez holiday is a step backwards if you take it away. It's been in existence for 23 years. Why take it away now? It's the only Latino holiday we have. What you could do is just add another holiday. It's just instead of taking it away. City is diverse. I mean, we've got about 35% Latinos. Taking away that holiday is a disgrace to our Latino community. So please consider to keep it on the calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bills, we have Gerald and Jackie Cox.
I'm also in support of keeping the Cesar Chavez holiday. I feel he is a very important civil rights icon, especially for our Hispanic community, but for everybody. Taking it away is a serious slap in the face, I believe, to that community. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cox, we have Joanna Cardoza.
Well, I want to thank you all for making it clear that we're going to retain this holiday. I also want to emphasize the importance that Cesar Chavez had in American life during the period through the 70s and 80s and 90s. He was a moral leader who followed in the footsteps of Dr. Martin Luther King. He communicated with King while King was still alive. He is much in the tradition of American labor reform. It was the UAW who provided Mr. Chavez with the training and helped him learn how to have insight into the migrant stream people so that they would develop the will and the discipline to go through a strike. It's very hard to do if you're very poor. But Chavez led us in moral things on the issue of how we treat one another and what we owe to the working classes among us who feed us and keep us alive. The migrants were a despised, almost pariah class who were not taken care of. That got a little better under Chavez. One can't say that it's fixed yet. But the American labor movement has been a very important part of our history, and Cesar Chavez has been a very important part of our history. For those of you who haven't had the opportunity to read much about him, those of us who are my age got to live through when he was here. There's a good reference resource online at Wayne State University. They collected all of the papers of Cesar Chavez and related things from Walter Reuther, who was leader of the United Auto Workers, but they're inspirational. If you read some of his speeches, you will be much touched, and you will see what a moral leader he really was and why he was able to raise all of us above where we had been and to an understanding of the importance of providing education and health care for everybody in our society. So, congratulations for having kept the holiday. I have to comment that it was strange that you think that postings can just be changed on a whim, when in fact the Open Records Act requires a posting to make a record of what a notice will be considered by the Commissioner's Court and what is going to happen there. And you are not free just to change your postings. It's Class A misdemeanor. Not that I think that anybody's going to come prosecute here, but...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Following Ms. Cardozo, we have Arturo Montoya.
Good morning, County Judge O'Hara and County Commissioners. My name is Joanna Cardoza. I am LULAC District 21 Deputy Director for Youth, which includes Tarrant County, the Arlington LULAC President, and an Arlington resident of about 41 years. I am here today to ask for a yes vote on the proposed fiscal year 25 Tarrant County holiday schedule that includes Cesar Chavez Day. According to the 2020 census, the Hispanic community makes up 30.2% of Tarrant County's population. Many cities, school districts, and nonprofits in our community have intentionally found ways to celebrate the rich culture and diversity of our county. Some have named schools, streets, sections of highways, and have yearly parades in honor of the many contributions to the Hispanic community Cesar Chavez and Dolores Huerta, whom worked beside Chavez and created the slogan, Si se puede, work so hard for. Cesar was a man of peace, a man of faith, a Navy veteran, and an advocate for the working poor. Cesar spent the majority of his life advocating for better pay and working conditions for farm workers in this country, including Texas. As an Arlington ISD student, I wish that I was educated on and exposed to the many contributions Hispanic leaders have made to our county in the past and present. Mr. Ramirez, you and I were invited to participate in a panel for Hispanic Heritage Month recently to represent our cultural background and share our stories of success in our respective fields. It is important as a community that we work together to lift up the next generation, just like those before us made many sacrifices for us to be where we are today. In conclusion, I would like to thank the court for the time to speak, and I hope to see a unanimous yes vote on the agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Montoya, we have Jesse Aguilera.
Good morning, Commissioners, and I appreciate this opportunity. I'm really encouraged that you have withdrawn the agenda item, which would have resulted in eliminating the holiday. As I'm assuming you know, and if you don't, you should know, Cesar Chavez is our Martin Luther King for the Latino community. When I learned last week that you were considering eliminating that holiday, I couldn't believe it. I said, what is going on? In fact, I really questioned whether it was an accurate report or not. I called a couple of your offices, and I got information which confirmed that in fact that this was being considered. As previous speakers have said, we represent over a third of the population of this county. We have a rich history in this county. I've been in this county for 48 years. I'm a retired federal civil rights official. 15 years with the Federal Highway Administration, 17 years with the Federal Aviation Administration. And what I really would ask you all, and of course I know you can't respond now, but at least think about it, why was there wasn't any transparency in this process? What I would have expected would have been for you all to reach out to the Hispanic community and at least afford them the respect and opportunity to input into this consideration. That, to my knowledge, that did not happen. That's a slap in the face to us. It's an insult. So I urge you all to vote unanimously to keep the holiday, and please never let this happen again. And with that, I yield my time back to you all, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Following, I believe it would be Mr. Aguilera, we have read bills.
Good morning. I'm Jesse Aguilera, State Commander of the American GI Forum, the oldest and largest Hispanic veterans organization in the United States, and I stand proudly in favor of keeping the Cesar Chavez holiday. This is more than a recognition of the great work of an honorable and humble national Hispanic leader, but also the recognition of the many Latino contributions to Tarrant County. While I am a military veteran, I understand the desire to honor veterans. It should be done in a way that isn't divisive in our community. And hopefully there will be a veterans holiday, but not at the expense of this holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Bills, we have Perla, is it Bojorquez? Am I pronouncing it correctly? Bojorquez, okay.
My name is Reed Bills. Cesar Chavez has rightfully been honored since 2001 with a county holiday. I oppose any efforts to change the county's holiday schedule that eliminates, substitutes, or diminishes this honor, now or in the future. I am a veteran and already have a holiday on November 11th. I don't need another one.
Ms. Bojorquez. Following her, we have Tara Wilson.
Perla Bojorquez. Thank you so much for your time. I am so happy that you guys changed your mind. I was going to call Cesar Chavez's granddaughter, Julie Chavez Rodriguez, and they did send her the information that that holiday was being considered taken off, and it was very disappointing to her. So I'm upset that Tarrant County disappointed Cesar Chavez's granddaughter to start with. So I commend everybody who's come up here and let you know who they are and why they're here. You guys probably didn't recognize Americo. He's Representative Ramon Romero's campaign person here in Fort Worth. So it's taking all of our time just to come tell you these policies are hurting the communities here in Tarrant County. It would be so beneficial to have somebody reaching out to those communities before you consider making these huge changes for an entire population in the entire county. But in order to understand why we're here now, we need to understand our history. I highly recommend that everybody read this book, They Came for the Schools. It really, really explains the history of Tarrant County. What happened, the policies that we put in place, housing policies, different things of why we are here today. So again, thank you for your time. I appreciate you guys keeping the holiday. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Wilson, we have Ebony Turner.
Good morning, Commissioners Court. Commissioner Simmons. I do want to say thank you for listening to the community and the outcry about this schedule, this proposed schedule, and thank you for allowing the Chavez holiday to stand. And I hope that that has a unanimous decision. But I would like to just point out that locally and historically, as far as the history of Fort Worth, during the height of Cesar Chavez's fight for civil rights and farm labor union work and support of that, he was actually sheltered here in Fort Worth by Pauline Valenciano, who Ms. Bojorquez just referenced, is also part of the Latino Hispanic history of civil rights and work on behalf of that community. But I would like to offer also a secondary view to this calendar. I'm really kind of confused as to why there has to be a choice between either Cesar Chavez Day or Veterans Day. And on both schedules, another proposed holiday is on there as the day after Thanksgiving, which is actually not a federally recognized holiday, nor is it one that's recognized by anybody else. It's a consumer holiday. And so I would like to offer as an alternative that actually both Cesar Chavez and Veterans Day stay on that holiday schedule, and that the day after Thanksgiving be removed. In this day and age of Amazon, Facebook Marketplace, and all the other avenues of gaining consumer products, I think we could all score a big screen TV at our own leisure and it not be a part of a governmentally recognized schedule that diminishes the history and residents of Tarrant County and Fort Worth. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Turner, we have Lori Duke. Is that Ms. Turner? Okay. All right. Is Lori Duke present? Okay. Following Ms. Duke, we have Alan Lobaugh.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm glad to hear that there's a potential change of mind. I hope that, like the others have said, that this will not come forward again. Cesar Chavez's life story speaks strongly to our state, our county history, and the community's interwoven reliance, even today, of the migrant worker, the laborer, the farmer, and the working family. And Cesar Chavez Day also acknowledges and pays tribute to the past and present economic driving force of the Hispanic community. You know, my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, they were all veterans, and I'm proud of their service. And Chavez, like they said, served in the Navy. But at the end of the day, what they all had in common throughout their years of life was that they were workers who benefited from La Casa. They provided for their families. They believed in justice and dignity being fundamental to humanity. And when Cesar Chavez helped remake the symbol of his movement, the Aztec eagle, he said, "A symbol is an important thing. That is why we choose an Aztec eagle. It gives pride. And when people see it, they know it means dignity." Seeing Cesar Chavez Day on the calendar is a symbol that we are paying tribute, honor, and respect and dignity to the Hispanic community, but also working families in general. And so I hope that we will uphold that on the calendar here from this day forward and keep Cesar Chavez Day on Tarrant County's calendar in perpetuity. On a side note, sorry, I was trying to find emails and contacts and phone numbers for commissioners. I have 3 different phone numbers to reach my kid's teacher. or
Okay,
ways.
so,
Can I
ma'am,
please?
this is not appropriate for this particular topic, but you can find my staff member in the back who will help you. You can save that for public comments. This gentleman right here will help you if you go see him in the back, but that's not appropriate
Awesome.
for this.
That would be great.
agenda
I just needed to get
Okay.
the idea.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Following Mr. Lobaugh, we have Richard Gonzalez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ramirez, for making this motion as it stands. I urge all of you to vote in favor of it.
Thanks, sir. Following Mr. Gonzalez, we have Joyce Baker.
Good morning, County Commissioners, County Judge O'Hare. My name is Richard Gonzalez. I had the distinct honor back in the year 2000 to approach different members on the board at that time, including Dion Bagsby, the first African-American female to serve on the Commissioner's Court. I approached it with 2 other county employees at the time. And we talked to County Judge Tom Banegriff at the time about considering a holiday in honor of Cesar Chavez. He welcomed us with open arms. He said, that's a great idea. Let's see if we can make that work. We also spoke to J.D. Johnson, Mr. Ramirez, your predecessor, and he too had a very open mind. I remind you, this was back in the year 2000, 24 years ago, 25 years ago, when we had people with an open mind, with a perspective of the future, well aware that we lived in a multicultural environment, an environment that included really people who were just trying to live the American dream. That, if anything, is the message of Cesar Chavez. He had a rally cry who was donated by his assistant, Dolores Huerta, and I will translate it. It means, "Si se puede," yes we can. In those words, in those 3 words, embodied the spirit that he wanted to imbue in his followers. He wanted to say, in spite of all the obstacles that we face, if we work together, we can overcome those obstacles. que sí se puede. Yes, the asterisk eagle is symbolic, but even more important is the message that we send to the county employees, to the county residents. As mentioned before, 30% of our population is currently Latino. That's just a start. We are one of the fastest growing populations in this county and in this country. We currently make up 40% of the state. Within 5 years, Latinos will be the majority in the state of Texas. Now, we should be open-minded enough to say, how do we become inclusive, accepting, instead of divisive? Let us have an open mind, as your predecessors who sat in that dais and said, yes, Mr. Gonzalez, yes, county employees, let's talk civilly and discuss how we can be more incorporative, more accepting of the differences that you see in this courtroom, probably every time you come in. What I would highly recommend is you have a class or several classes to every employee.
Thank you. Your time is up. Following Ms. Baker, we have Alexander Montalvo.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and County Commissioners. I'm actually a constituent of yours, Mr. Ramirez. And I'm not going to take much of your time because I think you've heard some wonderful speakers. I'm a former educator, and the one thing, I'm really excited that you're not taking it off, and I hope, just like the others, that it will never be discussed again. But I want you to think about some of them saying what a slap in the face it was to their community and how disrespectful. I'm going to add to that. I think all of us who celebrate the diversity of our community, it was a slap in the face to all of us as well. Thank you so much.
Mr. Montalvo.
I'm here to ensure that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court passed unanimously the holiday schedule that includes the Cesar Chavez holiday. Over the last week, the County Commissioners Court received over 1,200 letters from the community and hundreds of phone calls. Yes, you did. We can give you the report if you want. This hateful and disrespectful attempt, while initially framed as a lie, was absolutely true once the agenda was released on Friday. This deliberate attack on the Latino community by members of this court is a disgrace. I'm not too sure why you're so confused, Judge O'Hare, since you sit in this court, right, and you see the agenda. We still demand to know who started this inquiry to change the holiday. Who compared Cesar Chavez to Veterans Day? Who was asking these questions internally? We haven't received those answers yet, and the people deserve to know. This initial attempt isn't just one day on the calendar, it's about sending a message that Latino voices don't matter in Tarrant County. Any attempt to remove Cesar Chavez holiday is an attempt to silence our community and diminish our contributions. It is a tasteless, disrespectful, and shameful act that this even showed up on an agenda item. As is mentioned, the Latino community consists of over 30% of the Tarrant County population is growing. And I want it to be clear that once you pass this unanimously, that the heroes of this effort are the people. It's the community that came together to tell you this will not be accepted. You don't get to cause a crisis and try to be a hero at the same time. We want to thank every community member who is a part of this effort, and we look forward to the passage of this holiday. Once again, we want to thank the people and the community. Si se puede.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is item L2, which is to discuss plan choices, service provider selections, and contribution rates for funding employee and retiree healthcare benefits in plan year 2025.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Ramnaram is going to be making that presentation while she comes, and she's behind me. I want to remind county employees that tickets for our picnic on September 1 are on sale currently. The deadline for purchasing a ticket is this Friday at noon. So if you want your ticket, get your ticket. The clocks are ticking. And the last update that I got, and I don't think Shirley's in the courtroom, we were, I think, almost at 500 tickets sold. So get your tickets.
Well, how many tickets were sold on an annual basis for Six Flags?
Last year, I think we were right around the 500 mark.
Good.
Prior to that, we were around 1,000. So.
Got it. All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So there's a lot more detail in these exhibits than I'm going to go through. I'm going to focus on the changes, and I'm going to focus very little on some of the things that are not changing. So today, primarily, I'm going to speak from Exhibit A, so anybody following along can certainly pull up Exhibit A. I will just make reference to the other exhibits in case anybody wants to follow those references. So first and most notably, the PEBC board is recommending Blue Cross Blue Shield of Texas as our designated service provider for medical, pharmacy, EAP, flexible spending account, health savings account, COBRA, and retiree direct billing plans and programs. So this is a big change. Our current provider is United Healthcare, and we will be moving with approval to Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield was selected through a request for proposal process, during which the board considered numerous enhancements and cost savings for all of the PEBC entities and their employees. This is a very exciting change for our employees and retirees. I know change is scary, but it's also exciting. I will highlight a lot of the changes as we move forward, but I do want to focus on one other piece before I go back to that, and that's the life insurance piece. Also, through the RFP process, the board recommended that the Hartford remain our insurer for group term life insurance. Their renewal includes premium savings, employee rate reductions, and an opportunity, a single opportunity, for all benefit eligible employees to increase or enroll in optional life without needing to provide evidence of insurability during and only during this upcoming annual enrollment for plan year 2025. Anybody looking for those rates can find them on Exhibit B as item 12. Okay. So I'll just caution our employees, keep an eye out if you want to enroll or increase your life insurance this year. This open enrollment is the time to do it. Going back to more medical insurance related topics, we do have several new contribution limits that are increasing for plan year 2025. These are changes that are mandated by the IRS, so I will just note these. We don't really get an option for these. First, the IRS has increased the minimum deductible for HDHP or high deductible health plans. For single coverage, it's raised from $1,600 to $1,650. The family deductible has been increased from $3,200 to $3,300. Secondly, the IRS has increased the maximum annual HSA or health savings accounts contributions. The maximum contribution for single coverage is moving from $4,150 to $4,300. For family coverage, it's moving from $8,300 to $8,550. Third, the IRS has raised the FSA, or flexible spending account contribution, from $3,050 to $3,200. This applies both to the limited purpose FSAs for HDHP or high deductible plan participants and the general purpose FSA for PPO medical plan participants. Lastly, the carryover limit for unused 2024 flexible spending account funds to 2025 has increased from $610 to $640. You might recall that FSAs are what's commonly referred to as use it or lose it. So if you don't use it by the end of the year, you will lose it, but for $640 this coming cycle, which can be rolled over to the next plan year. Again, these changes are IRS mandated. That's a little hard to say. If there are no questions, I'll go ahead and move forward to the Tarrant County related changes.
Any questions for Ange?
So, I have a question about the spousal surcharge. Is this the proper time?
We're going to get to that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question about the selection of Blue Cross Blue Shield as the health care provider. Blue Cross Blue Shield has a history of difficult relationships with hospitals in Tarrant County, and they are currently under an extension of their existing contract, trying to achieve a new contract with Baylor All Saints. And I have been reasonably reliably informed that this is going to be a very difficult thing for them to do, to reach an agreement with Baylor All Saints. I think if that does not happen, then the employees of Tarrant County are going to be at an extreme disadvantage with this change. And I just wanted to put that on the record. I think it's ill-advised, and history does not recommend this change.
Understood. Any other questions? Okay, so I'm going to move on to the second page of Exhibit A. This is regarding employee and retiree rates and employer contributions for plan year 2025. And just note, plan year 2025 runs from January 1st to December 31st of 2025.
What page?
It's labeled page 4, but it's the second page of Exhibit A. So first, I am pleased to share that the medical plan rates for all active employees and retirees will decrease in plan year 2025. For active employees and for the pre-65 retiree group, we recommend reducing the high deductible plan's total rate by approximately 15% and the PPO rates by 3%. And we will keep the same cost share between Tarrant County and the employees. So that will result in savings for both the county and employees. The specific rates for active employees can be found in Exhibit D1, and for the pre-65 retiree group, those can be found in Exhibit D2. I will remind the court and anyone listening that the pre-65 retiree group, those rates are subsidized based on years of service. So in D2, you will find all of the details associated with that. Our post-65 retiree group, or our Medicare eligible group, will experience significant rate cuts. We're talking about approximately 40% with the change to the new plan. They are keeping the same cost share, we're recommending the same cost share as before. We do also subsidize these rates based on years of service as well. So those rates can be found in Exhibit D3. So the natural question of anyone listening may be, we're cutting rates, so are we cutting coverage? While there will be some tweaks to coverage, the answer really is no. We are not expecting any significant changes. We are expecting very similar plan coverage. Another natural question would be about providers, as Commissioner Brooks has already introduced, about pharmacy and prescription coverage. So Blue Cross Blue Shield currently has a very large, very extensive network. We expect with the Baylor contract that over 90% of providers and facilities will remain covered under the Blue Cross Blue Shield network. In the case of providers, it's almost 97%. So there will be some disruption in coverage, but we do expect it to be minimal overall. Blue Cross Blue Shield has made available to our employees and our retirees online provider, pharmacy, and prescription finder tools. So these are included in Exhibit C for anybody who's following along. They will also be emailed to employees and mailed to retirees today. If you look at Exhibit C online, just be sure to pick the tool that most applies to you. So there are 2 different tools for each group. The first group being active employees and pre-65 retirees. The second group is our post-65 or Medicare eligible group. So just look for the headings at the top of each document. To sum this up, all related medical plan fees and rates can be found in detail in Exhibit B, items 4 through 10, item 14, and item 15. Are there any questions or comments about medical prescription coverage rates or fees at this point? Okay, moving away from medical and prescription coverage, I'll talk about dental next. We have 2 dental plans. We have a self-funded PPO plan and a fully insured HMO plan. Both plans are currently employee funded. The PPO plan rates for 2025 are recommended to increase by 15%. That ranges from about $5 to about $17 per month. The HMO plan rates are not changing. Specific employee and retiree rates can be found in Exhibit D4 and in Exhibit B, items 1 and 2. Are there any questions or comments about dental? Okay, just briefly, the premiums for the VSP Vision Plan are not changing. Those rates can also be found in Exhibit B, in this case, item 3. Moving on to a couple of the other items. This is starting on page 5 of the Exhibit A, if you're following along. Our internal group does recommend passing a second premium holiday for December 2025. You may recall that the county adopted its first premium holiday for December 2024. That will happen later this year. This would be our second for December of 25. I'd caution everybody to remember that just because we're doing it 2 years in a row does not mean we're going to do it 3 or 4 or 5 years in a row. This is a one-time decision. It should not be viewed as the start of any sort of trend. Any questions about that?
Tell Gatsby that.
Sure.
We don't know Gatsby. Nobody knows Gatsby.
True. Okay. Regarding our flexible spending accounts. So each year, Tarrant County makes contributions to our employees' flexible spending accounts. In the past, we've had sort of 2 divisions, the employees that are on our medical plan and the ones that opt out. For plan year 25, we are recommending that we make a $240.24 contribution to all groups. So in the past, we've had a separate opt-out contribution of $1,216. We are recommending discontinuation of that and giving $240.24 to all employees for plan year 2024. This item and this change is shown in Exhibit B, item 13. Any questions about that? Okay. Next, our health savings account seed money. This will change, if adopted, in lockstep with the IRS's changes in deductible. You may recall I mentioned that those are increasing by $50 and $100 due to the IRS mandates. So for employees enrolled in the high deductible plan, seed money is deposited into an HSA or a health savings account at the beginning of the plan year. The seed money will increase, if approved, by $50 for individual coverage and $100 for family coverage. This matches again the required IRS increases in deductibles. This can be seen in Exhibit B, Item 8. Any questions about this? Okay, we will then discuss the spouse medical plan surcharge. So this surcharge is an additional premium that employees may need to pay for their spouse's health insurance coverage if the spouse has the option to obtain medical coverage through their own employer but chooses not to do so. The surcharge also applies if an employee fails to submit the spouse medical plan surcharge affidavit during annual enrollment. The premium is currently set at $200 per month and is shown in Exhibit B, Item 16, as $200 for 2025. Questions and comments on this one?
Yes. Okay, so it is my understanding that we adopted that December benefit holiday because we have a surplus in the insurance funds to the tune of 10 to 15 million that we're trying to pare down. So it sounds like the county is taking in more than it needs to cover its medical claims. Is that correct?
It has in the past. With the rate changes being cut, it may not be doing so in the future.
Okay, so I looked at this and I did share this with you guys when you stopped by. We are essentially charging employees twice. So one time for the premium when they add a spouse to their plan. So they have to pay the family premium. If they have a husband, wife, and 3 kids, they pay the family premium. And because they added the husband, then they have to pay $200 additional a month?
If they have coverage and have coverage elsewhere and choose not to take it, yes.
Okay, that just, it sounds like we don't need to do that because we have the surplus. It puts an additional burden on the employee. I am interested in changing that, given that we're trying to spend down the money that's above our needed revenue. It looks like we collect about $252,000 from 105 county employees who pay the spouse medical plan surcharge. I feel it would make sense to eliminate that surcharge to get the surplus down. And, some of these employees are not executive or, I don't want to use the wrong term, but professional level positions. They could be our road and bridge crews and things like that. And to have to pay, so you're paying the large premium. What is it if you have a family of 4 or 5? Almost $500.
On the PPO plan, it's currently $409. On the HDHP, it's currently, I'm sorry, I have that backwards. $409 for the HDHP, $609 for the PPO.
So if I pay $609, I also have to add $200 a month to that, correct?
Perhaps, yes.
Yeah, that's. I don't think that it's good for our staff. I'd like to make a motion to. I don't know if you can pull this out of that whole plan, but I would like to make a motion at some point to accept the proposal, but remove the $200 a month spousal surcharge.
Yes, Commissioner, you certainly can pull that out if the court would like to reevaluate whether or not that surcharge should be in place. But I just wanted to make sure, and I'm sure that this was probably covered with Ange and her benefits staff when they came out to brief you. So the surcharge is not something that we've had in place always. It was added to our benefit plan less than 10, more than 5 years ago. And at the time, the discussion centered around the fact that as an employer, what was our position with regard to employees who have dependent, in this case, a dependent spouse, who has coverage elsewhere, has the opportunity to have coverage through their employer, but would forego that coverage in favor of our coverage. And so there was quite a bit of discussion. And at the time, the decision made was that we would add the surcharge at $200 a month. It's always been that. That's not. It hadn't changed. In an effort to acknowledge that Tarrant County does have a very generous plan. And again, if that spouse had the option and opportunity to take coverage elsewhere, I think it says a lot that an employee would be willing to pay an additional $200 a month to carry that dependent spouse on our plan. So that was the court's thinking at the time. It is correct that over many, many years we have we do have reserves in our medical plan. As Ange has pointed out, that's where we stand today. Obviously, we don't know, what tomorrow brings. But yes, we do have a reserve. And again, this is an item, if the court wishes, that certainly could be discussed further if you'd like to, and/or a decision could be made to discontinue the surcharge into 2025.
So, as a consumer, I want the best deal.
Absolutely.
And I think most people do. So, if your spouse's plan offers the better deal for your family, then it's quite natural that you would do that, go with that plan instead of your employer's plan. So I just don't like this. It seems like people are being penalized.
Yeah.
And if they go for that, well, heck, either plan, adding $200 to that's a lot out of somebody's paycheck.
What was the total cost of the surcharge?
$200 a month.
$200.
No, I'm talking about in the aggregate. What are the employees paying?
For their medical coverage?
You said it was 150 or so employees, right?
Oh,
You
yes,
had the
I'm
number.
sorry. 252,000 for 105 county employees.
And Commissioner, I think I would just summarize my statements by also saying this. It is very common now with different employee groups to not even offer coverage to spouses. Well, to offer coverage to spouses, maybe not subsidize coverage for dependents. I'm happy to say that Tarrant County has and continues to generously subsidize the cost of coverage, even when an employee adds a spouse or children. That's not that common anymore. I can tell you from personal experience, my husband worked in the private sector, and when he retired several years ago, just the cost to cover himself as a retiree would have been almost $1,000 a month. And so Tarrant County, the court has done a fantastic job of providing very generous benefits to our employees. And again, we just want to make sure that we can continue to do that in the future because, again, our employees come first. They're employees of the county, and certainly we want to and hope to continue to subsidize costs, not just for employees, but for their dependents.
Let me address it. Go ahead.
From a personal experience standpoint, I paid the spousal surcharge for a number of years because the plan that my wife was offered under the Fort Worth ISD was so much less than our plan that it was worth it to pay the surcharge and get better benefits. I will support eliminating the surcharge, but I personally made the choice to pay it because it opened us up to much better benefit plan, even with the surcharge, than would have been available to us had she just taken her employer's plan.
All right, so a handful of comments here. I think everyone up here knows this. I'm not sure all our employees know this. I'm sure the public does not know this entire process. But Tarrant County is part of something called the PEBC. If you ask me what it stands for, I haven't the foggiest idea, but my guess is probably Public Employee Benefits something. Cooperative. And so it includes Tarrant County, Dallas County, Denton County, Parker County, and NTTA. And when this was set up many years ago, the idea was by pooling everybody's resources together, you could get better rates. Now, different discussion, different day. One of the things we don't take advantage of through that is pooling the claims also helps you bring it down significantly, which we don't do, but we pool the number of employees to get the rates. Then there is a separate group, which is made up of Tarrant County budget people, HR people, county administrator people, court people that go in and look at all these things. So high-level overview, I believe the number that switching to Blue Cross Blue Shield did for Tarrant County over 5 years was save $15 million. 16. It saved millions for the other entities as well. So that passed unanimously from all the entities on the PEBC. What the Tarrant County Committee, does it have a name?
Internal Committee.
The Internal Committee got together and said is, okay, with this savings, we're going to reduce premiums for the employees and their families and continue to do this premium holiday that we did last year. So the employees haven't even seen this yet, but it'll be this December from what we voted on literally a year and a half ago, which this whole court voted on. Employees in Tarrant County will pay no premium in the month of December. Next year, I think the range was anywhere from 15 to 20%. Your health insurance premiums that the employees pay will be down significantly, plus you still get the December off. So recap that. But then the spousal surcharge, so I asked about this. This is somewhat, in my brain, somewhat of a confusing topic. So there was a very lengthy discussion in our Tarrant County Committee, which ultimately passed this unanimously, and there's probably 25 people in the room. Helen's not here, so we'll blame her. This was what Helen is a very strong proponent of this. We've done a number of things to bring down this, yes, we have too much money, that's why the premiums are lower, that's why the premium holiday's in effect. My question is, if you eliminate the spousal surcharge, does anyone here have any idea how many more people will then say, oh, I don't have to do that, we're jumping on board, and then what's that cost?
Yeah.
And my guess is nobody knows.
Of course not. No.
So the idea behind it, I think I'm happy to look at it and explore it. I would say it's premature to try to do it now, and I would propose to the court that we, unless there's some deadline that makes us do this, we move to adopt all of the recommended changes and everything there is and discuss that one at the next meeting, where y'all can come back and say, we have an idea, it would be this, here's the potential cost, and Helen can further explain why she thinks this is an absolute must, because this, for her, was an absolute must, you must do it. So, court members.
So your motion is to approve all the changes with the exception of the spousal?
I haven't made that yet, but that was kind of what I was thinking, so long as we can do that and still come back and address that at the next meeting? Or is there some deadline that prohibits it?
Yes, so there is a deadline. I'm being told that books, enrollment guides, is that what you're referring to, are being published next week.
Okay.
finalized this week, next week, next week. So
the spousal surcharge would be in those documents?
One more question on the spousal surcharge. So we subsidize, the county subsidizes every employee's health insurance plan.
Correct.
It costs significantly more than the employee contributes.
Much
and that's
more.
for the employee, the spouse, and any dependent children.
That is correct.
There are plenty of organizations that say you can get the insurance for your spouse, just you're going to pay for the whole thing.
Yes.
What this is basically saying, another way to say it is, the subsidy that we pay for the employee is, I'm going to make it up, 75%. The subsidy for the spouse is 60%, is really what this is. The numbers aren't accurate because I haven't done the math, but that's really what we're talking about.
Yes.
We just call it, you pay $200, as opposed to we label it differently. Anybody disagree with the way I'm looking at it?
That's accurate.
Okay.
So, but you're already, the employee is already paying an insurance premium for the spouse.
Correct. And I think that, yes.
So
yes.
they're paying for the insurance.
They are, but I think the point that the judge is making, and we all know this, is that with the employer, we should know it, what the employee pays is just a portion of the full cost.
Absolutely.
Right? Yes.
That's with every plan.
Absolutely.
So it's not as if the spouse is getting, free medical insurance. To me, it sounds like you're penalizing the employee for adding the spouse. Okay, they're paying the premium that includes the spouse, and then because you added your spouse, here's $200 more bucks.
And that's so I would respectfully disagree. I don't believe we're penalizing the employee. It's industry.
You're not getting a whole bunch of money. It's $252.
It's industry standard that employees pay, especially for their dependents, pay either all of it or some of the coverage for their dependents. I'm saying in my personal experience, and what we've gleaned from conversations with other organizations is that Tarrant County is far more generous in the level of subsidy that it provides, especially for spouses and children.
Sure.
Spouses and children, yes.
So I think another question, another way to look at it is, if you eliminate it, you've eliminated $252,000, whatever it is coming in. Now, how many more people say, okay, well, we're going to go join the plan? Is it 100? Is it 10? Is it 1,000? Now what's the cost if 1,000 people join the plan that previously are not on it? Now, do the numbers work? It's just not as simple as, okay, we take 1,000 more and here you go. Now the whole setup gets thrown out of whack. And, okay, how much money do we have left over for claims? How many, the people that are coming in, what is their health history? Are they the most healthy? Are they the least healthy? There's so many different questions. I just don't think it would be the way to go at this point to just jump in there and, okay, let's go see what happens.
Well, historically, because this has been in place less than 10, more than 5 years, so what did those numbers look like before, since we don't know?
I don't have that information with the Commissioner.
So,
but I can tell you, just based upon feedback that my staff has shared with me, feedback that we get from employees is similar to what Commissioner Brooks has shared, and with his personal experience, and that is our plan is, in a nutshell, our plan is so much better. It's a richer plan, that it's worth it to those employees to pay the additional $200 a month surcharge. That we hear across the board consistently.
Absolutely, because it's a rich plan. But if you're an equipment operator 3 and you have a wife that's a teacher, and so we know educators have the worst plans. That's a lot of money out of that family's paycheck. So that's all I'll say. It doesn't sound like we can, I can make my motion, but it doesn't sound like we have time to pull this off the table.
I'd like to discuss it next year whenever we're going through this process. I agree with you. But I do think it would take a calculation to essentially build it into what our premium rate is. Because we're lowering premiums by up to 40% in some cases to the rest. I think you have to forecast how many more people are going to join, so we'll have a number to attribute to it on the front end. I'm not opposed to doing it in the next cycle, just so that we have the discussion on the front end.
We could take that direction, knowing that the court is very interested in that we could start that process right now for next year, knowing that that is something that the court's interested in, to bring back more solidified numbers for y'all's consideration.
Sure, especially if you're, trying to pay down a surplus. So it just, I don't.
We'll make a note of that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Do you have anything left?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll try to make it brief. So finally, about wellness. The wellness reward will remain, or is recommended to remain, at $300 for covered employees and their spouses, meaning those who participate in a Tarrant County medical plan. However, we will have a new wellness plan through Blue Cross Blue Shield. We're excited about those changes as well. We do expect to learn a lot more details about that plan as we move forward. So just please stay tuned, employees, retirees, for your emails for more information. Those rewards are shown in Exhibit B, item 13. Unless there are any questions, I'm going to wrap up with just a few things. First, annual enrollment this year will be from October 7th through 25th. I'll repeat that. It's October 7th through October 25th. This is earlier than normal. It's also a little bit longer than normal. We are not going into November this year. So starting in 2024, the open enrollment or annual enrollment period will be in October. So employees, retirees, please hear my dates, October 7th through 25th. Again, employee retirees, there will be a lot more information shared. You'll see emails, we'll have meetings, we'll have webinars between now and annual enrollment, so please stay tuned. You'll get a lot of information and more materials. You can contact our Payroll Benefits Service Center for more information or for questions, but right now, I would suggest just hanging on until you get some more emails and some more mailings. With that, I'll entertain any motions or answer any questions.
All right, any additional questions, or do we have a motion to approve the recommendations?
I've got one more comment, and that is that the savings that Blue Cross Blue Shield has projected are so much greater than anyone else who bid on this coverage that it causes me to wonder whether or not they are actually buying our business. And if in fact that is the case, how sustainable is that in the long run?
All right, so I guess I will make a motion that we approve the recommendations as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, that's the end of Human Resources. We're going to take a 5-minute break, and we will, actually, we're going to come back at 11:56. So we are now in recess until 11:56. Do we get this? All right. All right, we are back from recess, which now brings us to the purchasing section. Commissioners, take a look. Do you have any questions on items P1 through 10? P1 through 10.
I move approval.
Second.
P1 through 10.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve items P1 through 10. Any discussion? All right, has everybody looked? Okay, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. P1 through 10, all are approved. Next up is P11, permission to take bids and RFPs.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve P11 to authorize permission to take bids and issue RFPs. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee.
Melissa, that was an outstanding presentation.
Tim, that's why they won the award.
Yeah, that's you get another award next year. Okay, all right. Do we have any appointments to any boards or commissions? No appointments to boards or commissions. Okay, we now have a briefing from Dr. Byrd on current and emerging health issues in Tarrant County.
Thank you, Judge, and members of the court. I'll keep this to just 2 hours if that's okay. No, just kidding.
Yes, that's...
Brian Byrd, Public Health Director. Commissioner Brooks had asked that I bring an update about current and emerging health issues, in particular COVID. And I think it came at a good time because we've all experienced having coworkers or family members who have been out with COVID. So we'll show you a couple of graphs today that show that. There is some good news in that the particular strain that's moving its way through Tarrant County is what I would consider a mild strain. Fortunately, we've had, as a percentage, and relatively speaking, few severe cases and very few deaths, which we, of course, take very seriously. And we will show you that information as well. In addition to COVID, we have all seen an increase in West Nile virus cases this summer. So we've prepared a couple of slides on West Nile as well. I like to hear from experts, and that's why I've invited Russ Jones, who is our chief epidemiologist, to do some of the presenting today. I've also invited Bethany Hambrick. Bethany is our chief entomologist, E-N-T-Y-ologist. That means she knows more about bugs than probably everybody in this room put together. I hope I didn't just offend any bug enthusiasts out there. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that today, August 20, is Global Mosquito Day. What are the chances of that? The lowly mosquito gets her own day. We've titled the presentation Current and Emerging Health Issues. We're happy to take questions anytime during the presentation and towards the end of the presentation. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Mr. Jones, who is going to keep it at about a 7 to 8 minute presentation. Thank you.
I'm looking for that award. Bring up the slide. Just real quick on what's COVID, the COVID update here in Tarrant County. On the left-hand side, it shows a typical summer and spring here in Tarrant County where we get down to low numbers in May. And then we go up starting usually in June or July, and we see a surge. Ever since this organism arrived, we've seen annual surges in the summer as well as the winter, and this is no different in that regard. It was, this here is basically laboratory reporting. We no longer get individual reporting. That went away. COVID-19 is no longer a notifiable condition in Texas. So this is required mostly from our hospital facilities here in the county that help us out with that. As Dr. Bird mentioned before, when you look at the right-hand chart, those are our fatalities. And while we're concerned about them and their families, we're not seeing a huge increase in that regard. When you look at May, when we were down at less than 60, 70 cases a week, we did not have deaths. Since then, it's gone up, and we're looking at 1 or 2 a week, which is much less than the 50, 60, up to 100 a week we saw during the first part of the pandemic. So that part's good news. The other thing you should know, based on the laboratory data, the median age is about 34 years of age of people who are getting sick. So a younger group, and those who are dying, the median age is 80. So this is still for vulnerable people who are older, those who are with underlying conditions. What's going on as far as our hospitals are concerned, we used to get data in the state for hospitalizations, their bed use, how many beds were filled, what they were looking at. We no longer do that in Texas. That ended in April. So what I've provided here is a graph to show you what's going on by emergency department, comparing this year to previous years. The orange there is back in 2021. The next one down, which is a dotted kind of blue, is 2022. The next one, which is actually a dark blue, not complete because it's this year, 2024, it's a solid line. And then the one below is 2023. So what that shows is the percentage of visits of COVID-like illness. So what that is someone with a fever, comes in with a cough, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing, and does not have a diagnosis of influenza. May have actually a confirmed diagnosis, but this will often occur before that. We get the data. All our hospital emergency rooms and emergency departments in the state participate in the system. And you can see this year, as a percentage of all visits, the number that are coming in with COVID-like illness is above last year. Okay? Definitely below the previous 2 years. This is another typical trend where we see it go up. We typically, in previous years, will see it peak from now to the first part of September and then go back down.
So just hospital ERs, not from Care Now?
Not from urgent care centers, no. There are some freestanding ERs that are associated specifically with hospitals, and we get their data as well.
So would you remind us what the best practices are to prevent the spread of the disease from us to those of us around us?
In my notes here I had, Mr. Brooks will lead me to my next slide. Thank you very much. How to protect ourselves and others. We prefer, and our first thing up there is to talk to your doctor about getting a vaccine. If you're eligible, you do well with it, it's a good step to prevent hospitalization and severe outcome. The next one is to practice good hygiene when you're around others. Take steps for cleaner air. And that's something that we didn't know about at the first. But if you are sick at home and you're trying to prevent others, if you can introduce fresh air into the room you're staying to prevent your family members from getting sick, it's helpful. For example, if you have a window air conditioner, some of them will have a fresh air option, and that'll bring in fresh air. Or if you don't, you can turn on that fan for your central air to have the fan run all the time, not necessarily AC. That'll help a little bit with diluting things and going through an additional filter. If you do become ill and you are older, I'm including myself in that group, especially over 60. If you have underlying conditions, then you really should talk to your healthcare provider about getting an antiviral that'll cut your chances of hospitalization, which are now available. Use precautions to prevent spread. These are CDC guidance, by the way. Isolate from others. You remember before it was isolate for so many days and you had to be away from work. everything's been combined into one, whether it be respiratory syncytial virus, flu, or COVID. Isolate from others till you feel better, and you've been without fever for 24 hours or more without taking an anti-fever medication. So your symptoms don't have to be completely resolved. It just means your symptoms are improving, your body's reacting and controlling it. And no fever. That's for everybody. It is different for healthcare workers because even though you feel better, the next part is that you stay away from people who are vulnerable. Ideally, you wear a mask for 5 more days because you can still shed the virus out for up to 9 days. The other is healthcare workers. They generally have to stay off longer, and depending on testing, up to a maximum of 10 days. So that's a bit about how to protect others if you're ill, how to protect yourself before you become ill. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
One question
Yes,
about COVID-19. So it seems like anytime somebody gets a respiratory illness now, they're taking a COVID test because they're widely available for purchasing. Are those still accurate for all the different strains? Is the COVID-19 test that everybody has access to, is that still accurate to predict?
It is. It is. Every time there's a new variant, and this newest variant really started up, taken over in June into July, it's looked at, and the antigen test, the home tests are still working.
Yeah.
Now, having said that, at the early part of disease, that first day, they can often be negative.
Okay.
So you give it a couple of days, you test again. And that's been true for several of my friends. So, still good.
Thank you, sir.
All right. I'll move on to West Nile. We'll have a time to talk about some more if you think about other questions. West Nile virus disease. We're talking about disease. There's a lot more infections than there are actually disease. The disease comes in 2 forms. A non-neuroinvasive, we used to call West Nile fever. Person gets a fever, rash, nasal photophobia, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, puts them down a little bit. The typical statistic is about 1 out of 20 who actually infected get the disease. It depends on the mix of the population, how old we are. The more serious is the neuroinvasive, a meningitis and encephalitis. They can cause a paralysis, weakness, and quite frankly, changes personality. People have to learn how to walk or talk again. Those are the cases that we get reported to us for the most part, because that's the tip of the iceberg, about 1 out of 150 infections. And so what you see here on the left-hand side is this year cumulative number of cases up until August 10th. And we're right at 30 cases compared to previous years where the maximum is there in the gray. We're way above that. And in the last 10 years, the mean or the average, we're way above that. So 2024 is a real banner year, unfortunately, for West Nile virus. On the right-hand side is that tip of the iceberg where you show by the number of cases per week. On the right hand of that graph is the reporting delay. It takes about 14 days for the average person to become ill before we know about it. However, in the copper kind of reddish part of the graph, that's the vector index of mosquitoes. We see that go up first. This is a bird disease, and the epidemic among birds, eventually there's bridge mosquitoes who feed on us, and this is an example of the surveillance that's done in mosquitoes. It's called the vector index. It measures a bit about the female mosquito, a particular species, and the abundance and the infection rate as to what's going on, and we see that go up first. Then we see the people. And so you can see where it went up in July, had a little bit of a decrease, went up again near the end of July, and we're expecting to get more cases. And these are people who end up in the hospital with a variety of problems that will be sequelae. What I'm going to do is pass it off to my colleague, Bethany, to talk a bit more about mosquitoes.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Just as Russ said, my name is Bethany Hambrick, and I supervise Tarrant County Vector Control. I work very closely with Russ in the epidemiology department, and yesterday Dr. Bird asked me to come up and speak to you all a little bit about our local mosquito population and where we find ourselves today. So just to kind of follow up on what Russ was saying, obviously we've had an increase in not only human cases this year, but we've also had increased mosquito activity in West Nile virus. On his graph to the right, he did highlight the vector index. I'd like to pause and just kind of give a little bit of a brief overview of what the vector index is. This is a CDC standard calculation that we perform throughout the course of the year. This takes into account the number of mosquito traps that are set, how many of those come back positive for the presence of West Nile virus, but also the abundance of female mosquitoes that were collected within those traps. So again, this is a CDC standard calculation. As he's highlighted, again, we've had 2 peaks of our vector index, shortened as a VI. So if you hear me say VI, that's what it's in reference to. So we've had 2 peaks of that throughout the course of this year. We are very happy to report that thankfully the VI is trending down. We hope that will continue throughout the course of the year. But, thank you, sir. As you can see on this next graph, not only do we calculate the vector index, but we also go ahead and monitor the percent positivity, which basically is a ratio of the amount of mosquito pools that come back positive for the presence of West Nile virus. So as you can see, this is a pretty standard graph. On your y-axis, you can see the percent positive pools. And then on the x-axis, you can see the MMWR week, which is the mortality and morbidity weekly report. We've also added the months on the bottom of the x-axis to kind of ease interpretation. But as you can see, we've also had 2 peaks of our positivity this year. Just as this previous graph went over the VI, you can see that it was much greater this year than in previous years. The same will go for our percent positivity. As you can see, the green line there is going to be for this current season for 2024, and then the yellow line is showing you what last year's numbers were as well. So as you can clearly see, we do have much more infectivity this year. We have much greater mosquito activity. And then the presence of West Nile virus is definitely greater this year than in previous years. We would like to go ahead and kind of give a little bit of a background on that. Just a little bit, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you, sir. We just want to let you guys know that the last time we saw this amount of activity was in the year of 2020. We actually, at this time last year, had only just under 300 positive mosquito pools. Right now, we're just under 600 positive mosquito pools. Our vector index back in 2020 was, I believe, 0.8. So we are much, much greater this year versus the last outbreak of 2020.
Does having a mild winter, is that what caused, one of the things that caused the increase, or is that total fiction?
Yes, the $1 million question, and I'll be honest with you, and it's a joke that we commonly make, but if we knew that answer, I think we would all be a bit richer at that point. It is obviously the question of the year, the question of the profession. How does mosquito activity work? What are the variables that dictate what the activity is going to be like this next season? And I'm unfortunately not happy to tell you that we actually do not know. There are too many variables to take into account, whether this is going to be from weather, whether that be humidity, dew point, especially precipitation events, but also land use changes. The species that we are monitoring, I will tell you, is Culex quincifasciatus. That is the primary West Nile virus vector in this area. This is a cosmopolitan species, and so even just changes in neighborhood and land use changes can affect the abundance of this particular mosquito. So it's an excellent question to ask. I will tell you, everyone asks that one, and unfortunately we do not have a solid answer to give you just because there are so many variables that have to be taken into account. But with that, we would like to be able to use this wonderful platform as a moment to actually help our community understand how they can better protect themselves and their loved ones. Thank you. So of course, as vector control supervisors and my wonderful team of vector control specialists, not only do we set and monitor mosquito populations in the unincorporated portions of Tarrant County, but we partner up with our city partners that also go and set traps themselves. So, just that this slide highlights the prevention methods. We have, as environmental health professionals, we have multiple aspects of our job that allow us to kind of gather information of what the local mosquito population is doing at that time. So we would like to be able to highlight the first step is actually source reduction. So actually preventing the breeding sites that allow mosquitoes to go through development, which I'm sure you've all heard this phrase used many times, but that's just dumping standing water around your house. This can be anything from pet bowls, plant saucers, bird baths. I know we're all dying from the Texas heat right now, and if you don't have an in-ground pool, I know there's a lot of people who are trying to utilize above-ground pools, so that's just highlighting the need to make sure that you are maintaining those pools to prevent them from being able to breed in that area. So not only dump any standing water, but also if you're going to be out, especially now that school comes back into session, If you're out at sporting events, if you're outside even gardening, make sure you're using an EPA-approved repellent to try to prevent mosquitoes from being able to access you and bite you. But also, other ways to mitigate the disease risk is even to utilize box fans. If you're sitting outside and you're stationary, or even if you are kind of gardening in a smaller area, utilize the presence of any kind of fan. Mosquitoes are not able to navigate through that wind, and it's a great, quick, and easy way to deter mosquitoes from being able to bite you. You know, there's also one small note about mosquito dunks, just to kind of go back into being able to, what we call larvicide, which is prevents the mosquito larvae from being able to go through development. Anytime you walk into a big box store, you're going to see usually a very large section of mosquito dunks. Go buy as many mosquito dunks as you can and then utilize them throughout your property. You know, if you are going to be outside and you are not wanting to use an EPA-approved repellent, if you're going to be moving around and a box fan is not an option for you, make sure you're wearing long sleeves and long pants, again, just to mitigate the disease risk and not allow mosquitoes to actually be able to bite you. But that actually wraps up the rest of my presentation. Again, very short and sweet. We know you guys have been here for some time today, so we're trying to keep it as quick and easy as possible. I would like to go ahead and anyone who's watching, invite you all to visit our Vector page, which actually has a group email and a group number that actually rings all of our desk phones. We're always happy to take questions, concerns, be able to help our community and feel like we can protect our residents. So please utilize that website. And then also I'd like to open up the floor to questions for you guys.
What initiates spraying for mosquitoes?
This is an excellent question, and I'm only going to be able to provide information on what we would do in unincorporated Tarrant County. As I'm sure y'all are aware, Texas is home rule, so we can only guide and provide recommendations for our participating municipalities. But for Tarrant County, we do adulticide after positive mosquito pulls. I'm not able to speak on what the municipalities do in terms of their final threshold or deciding factors that allow them to either adulticide or not to adulticide. So, excellent question. Any other questions?
If there's places where I used to live,
yes,
I would walk outside during a time like this, and it would take 30 seconds before there were 7 mosquitoes on me.
I believe it.
Where I live now, there's a creek that runs alongside of it. There's a rather pretty decent sized little pond in the back. I never have a mosquito. I never see a mosquito. I haven't had a mosquito get on me that I have seen this entire summer. Do you have any idea why that is?
That's an excellent question and a great opening, if you will. So just to kind of pause, and again, I'm very biased as a mosquito biologist. I do love the organism. There it is a purpose that they are here, not only for trophic transfer levels. Again, everything relies on a food chain, and they're very, very important to be able to move that biomass and energy from the aquatic ecosystem out to the terrestrial ecosystem. But I will tell you that there are 3,500 different species of mosquitoes throughout the world. United States has 185, Texas has 85, and here in Tarrant County, we have about 50 different mosquito species here. And each one of them is incredibly different and fill very specific niches. You have some that are anthropophilic and prefer to feed on humans. Others are ornithophilic and prefer to feed on birds. You have some that are quite fascinating that actually prefer to feed on annelids or earthworms. Prefer large livestock, mammals. So if I were to take what you said and kind of break it down into, again, my mosquito biologist brain, I would tell you that you are encountering different species of mosquitoes based off of the habitat that you're inhabiting. So again, whether you're in a cosmopolitan area, if you're out in a field or a floodplain, if you are on the margins of creeks, you're going to have all different types of mosquito species that all have very, very different behaviors. So I realize I'm trying to keep it very short and I don't want to drag on too much. I'd be happy to answer any more follow-up questions about that. But to give you a very short, concise answer, there are many different types of mosquito species, and I'm not at all surprised by you moving around from area to area and getting different types and different abundance of mosquitoes in those areas.
That's what I was going to tell you.
Exactly.
Any more questions for our mosquito biologist?
I'd like to thank Dr. Bird for putting together this presentation and for bringing to us experts from your department that demonstrate the depth of knowledge in our public health department and the value of that knowledge to our constituents in terms of how to promote community health.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I appreciate this opportunity, so thank you all very much, okay?
Thank you.
All right, next we have announcements and comments from the court. Anyone have any announcements or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll move to public comments. The first speaker I have is Reverend Ryan Price. Following Mr. Price, we have Shelley Kellum.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Ryan Price, the Senior Pastor of Broadway Baptist Church, and I'm here lawfully because on Friday I received notice that my appeal of my one-year ban from this court has been approved. I appreciate the respectful letter of notice Sheriff Wayborn sent to me, and I do apologize to the court for exceeding my time allotment the last time I spoke. I also thank the public for its support and agreement that a First Amendment right ought not to be taken over an infraction of only 8 seconds. Now, I know we Baptist preachers have a penchant for being long-winded, but be sure bombast and rant were not the reasons for my excess. The family of Anthony Johnson Jr. had just spoken, and I was deeply affected. I felt and still feel that what happened to him in the Tarrant County Jail could and should have been averted had what we citizens have been saying over these past 2 years been heeded. I ask again and plead even that you hear. There are too many deaths in the Tarrant County Jail. There are too many inmates. The jail is overcrowded. Staff is overworked. General orders for use of force and the obligation for intervention must be made clearer. Policies need to be more public, and we need more adequate mental health care across our county and country. Today's original agenda stated that the county is considering recognition of Veterans Day. Anthony Johnson was a veteran. May we remember him not only on November 11th, but every other day of the year also. As a veteran and as a human, he deserved better treatment than he received. We must do better. In Jesus' first sermon, he said, "I have come to set the prisoners free." In his last sermon, he said, "When I was in jail, you visited me." May these words continue to convict the conscience of everyone on this court and in this community. For what we do and what we do not do unto these, we also do and do not do unto him as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Following
Good to see you, Pastor Price.
Following Ms. Kellum, we have Charles Bills. Is Ms. Kellum here?
Good morning. I'm here to speak on behalf of a loved one to shed light on the unacceptable conditions and minimum standards violations occurring in the Tarrant County Jail. A close relative who wishes to remain anonymous has had 2 encounters with the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department, resulting in his incarceration in the Tarrant County Jail. He suffers from mental illness and can be disruptive when he's in a manic episode. On both occasions, he was in a manic state. On the first occasion, the charge was disorderly conduct, Class C misdemeanor, and was dismissed. On the second occasion, the charge was harassment of a public servant and was eventually no-billed with no indictment. On both occasions, he was taken to the Tarrant County Jail, where he was savagely beaten. The second incarceration was the most traumatic. While there, he suffered from panic attacks, which were exacerbated by his already manic condition. The jailers beat him relentlessly, resulting in a broken rib. At one point, he was stripped naked and strapped to a chair. He was not allowed to relieve himself, forced to urinate and defecate while sitting in that chair. He was not allowed a phone call on either of these occasions. When he failed to return home, we wondered if he might have been arrested and called the jail to see if he was there. They refused to give us any information, claiming they were not allowed to. What our loved one experienced was nothing less than torture. It calls to mind the horror stories we heard coming out of Guantanamo, or the Soviet Gulag, or the abuses routinely practiced by some third world dictatorship. Our experience with the Tarrant County Jail is by no means unique. Many have suffered worse. My heart goes out to the Johnsons and the growing number of other families whose loved ones have been killed there. These practices are pervasive. They are not exceptional, but by design. We condemn such practices when we hear about them in other countries. We should not tolerate them in our county. Some of the things we want to see: better oversight of the Tarrant County Jail, continued funding of and increased utilization of Tarrant County's Mental Health Jail Diversion Center, and release of the full video of the murder of Mr. Johnson in the Tarrant County Jail.
Thank you. Following Mr. Bills, we have Becky DeLon.
Okay, I had a little epiphany when a woman earlier suggested replacing the day after Thanksgiving with Veterans Day. I have a feeling that that Friday would be the most unproductive day ever, so I think people want, your employees here, I bet they want us to keep that 4-day weekend. But there's no reason, November 11th is Veterans Day. Why not just designate the Friday after Thanksgiving Tarrant County Veterans Day? And that way they get honored and there's no change to anything that, so the other thing I wanted to mention is I had earlier spoken about hiring asylum seekers as jailers. Now, that wasn't really serious, obviously, if they got their amnesty and they applied for the jail job and were good, then hopefully they were hired. But there are, the immigrants who have just applied to be an immigrant and are waiting patiently wherever they live. And I know that there's visas out there that it could expedite if they're willing to work in the jail, that you could bring those people over. I know that, there's probably a police officer or a soldier in Bolivia who'd be happy to be a jailer in Fort Worth. And for what it's worth, those people tend to really vote conservative when they get here. But that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. DeLon, we have Daniel Bennett.
Good afternoon. Since 2017, there have been 64 deaths among people held in custody at the Tarrant County Jail. At least 6 of those were due to drugs. I am wondering, how are these drugs getting into the Tarrant County Jail undetected? As you know, lawyer Ben Crump has been hired by Cassandra Johnson, the mother of Traylyn Wormley, who reportedly died from a fentanyl overdose. Ben Crump alleges that Tarrant County Jail has a widespread pattern and practice of subjecting prisoners to harm by allowing deadly drugs to run rampant throughout the correctional facilities. He claims several internal memos concerning drugs and other contraband have gone unheeded for years and declares the jail has a de facto policy of letting drugs and other contraband into and throughout the correctional facilities. This reminds me of Javante Myers. Texas Rangers Trace McDonald found 37 false entries in the electronic governmental records which falsely indicated the jailers were checking on prisoners, including Javante Myers, every 15 minutes. McDonald provided further evidence showing this was consistent with the custom and practices of the Tarrant County Jail. Depositions by the jailers reported falsifying electronic governmental records was a well-known practice, and it was known throughout the management ranks in the jail. A violent attack by Reginald Lowe on Corey Rodriguez was witnessed by 2 police officers. One of them, Dakota Costin, said the assault was a normal thing. I quote, a normal thing. implying it is part of practices and customs in the Tarrant County Jail. Indeed, the practices and customs, the de facto policies of the Tarrant County Jail do often appear to be very dark, violent, and often deadly. I'm wondering, what will it take to change that culture?
Following Mr. Bennett, we have Linda Hanratty. Good afternoon, Mr. Bennett.
Howdy, howdy, howdy. Judge O'Hara, Commissioners, I got several things on my menu. I don't know where to start, but I'll start with the public hearing you had on the agenda. It said public hearing, but when I went to the agenda, it said workshop. You neither opened a public hearing or closed a public hearing, so I was kind of confused. I would have come down for it if I had seen it on the agenda where there was actual public hearing for the agenda. Let's talk about what you spoke to Mr. Brooks' new construction. Kind of a upsetting little thing when you see a decrease. We have more construction going in Tarrant County than Dallas has. But the new construction has been an issue at TAD dating back to when they went live with the software. And I've been making an issue of that. And even back in 2018, I've had public officials from Hearst, Bedford, and Haltom City bring me properties that were on the tax roll or improperly on the tax roll. And I would give them to Mr. Law, and Mr. Law would turn around and say, "Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for helping us keep the tax roll straight." That's when I realized there was true problems. And that really was the impetus for me to move forward. So the building that was in the Fort Worth report, the $5.6 million, did you see it?
No.
Okay. Well, the tax records reviewed by the report show that when the certified tax rolls were approved, the property in question was designated a vacant residential property with market value of $521,756. Now the property is designated commercial with a market value of $5,439,000. That's never been on your tax roll. And this is in Flower Mound. I called Flower Mound. Flower Mound didn't care. I asked to get with the mayor, the CFO, through the city secretary. They all know me. The following Monday I went up there, they ignored me. I talked to them about getting onto the ARB. So I don't know what it is with these taxing entities. You bring them a property, you think they want to stick $5.5 million on their tax roll. It affects JPS, it affects you, it affects the college. That building was completed in 2021. So it is what it is. Schools are rejecting the reappraisal plan. I went to many school districts, White Settlement last night. I kind of ran up their backside, letting them know they vacated their responsibility and not overseeing the appointed people that they voted for. And now it's come back on them. This is kind of their upcomings. And now they're fighting back. So maybe we could have a conversation now where they don't set their agendas blindly knowing they're going to get a bump in the future. So that's good. And I appreciate the 5% where you have to have clear and convincing evidence to move your value. $1,000, 1980, great. 2020, stinks. We need to get back and we need to shore up new construction, the exemptions, and uniform and equal in the tax roll, and then implement the new software. Thank you,
Mr. Bennett. Following Ms. Hanratty, we have Carla Palomares.
I welcomed the briefing on the health department. However, I did not hear anything about why they cut the health department so significantly. Apparently, the budget of the health department is now $4.5 million less than the Tarrant County Budget and Risk Management Department recommended. $18.5 million versus $23 million, and a 20% cut from the previous budget of $26 million. Now, I understand some of it has to be grant money, but I don't think 20% of the budget was grant money. One of the things they talked about, and they're eliminating a bunch of data informatics positions, and we need data. The department also will eliminate the deputy director, compliance program director, and 2 administrative assistants, according to the Fort Worth reports. Since our new public health director is also maintaining his medical practice, it would seem unwise to me at least to eliminate the deputy director. Who will be running the department? As you heard in the briefing, the West Nile virus is more prevalent than last year, and there is a chance that the new strain of Mpox will reach our doors. I didn't hear anything about that. And we have to be thinking about the future in terms of pandemics, not the past. How will the streamlined health department handle these public health issues? Businesses will not want to expand in Tarrant County if they find the public health department is too understaffed to handle health emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Paula Maris is Chanel Johnson.
So since Sheriff Wayborn's not here, I just wanted to play a little clip, and I'll be sure to send you all the full video of his explanation at a public event on why he didn't want to, why at first he wanted to release the video, and then why he chose not to. So Sheriff Bill Wayborn needs to resign immediately, and an independent investigation into his own conduct over the last 7 years as the head of the jail must be called for by every member of this court. He's not showed up to this commissioner's court to brief the public on various matters, and one of the most disrespectful and heartbreaking of all, the incident that occurred in the jail that led to the death of Anthony Johnson Jr. Because Anthony's family and community has showed up here every 2 weeks for months, demanding the release of the full video and accountability, and all of you are complicit and responsible in his death until that full video is released and Sheriff Wayborn resigns and the other individuals involved are identified and held accountable for Anthony's death. That means JPS, MHMR, and the jail are exposed for their actions because the people are funding these bodies and the people deserve transparency when they help us and when they fail us. This court oversees the entire county budget. Notably, just last week, the budget was approved for fiscal year 25 in silence. I say this because as a resident of Precinct 4 that tries to stay as engaged and informed as possible, I felt there was no opportunity for space to provide feedback or input for where my tax dollars are going and the multitude of departments that serve this 2.1 million populated county. Thanks, Manny. This budget includes the Sheriff's Department, County Jail, Public Health Authority, court systems, and all that have a hand in the injustice that is people dying in county custody, and nothing is being done to prevent these injustices. The 2 lawsuits listed in the closed agenda shouldn't have been there. The previous lawsuits and settlements shouldn't have ever happened. The people that have died at the hands of Tarrant County should be alive and in the hands of their families and loved ones. Some of you want to cut critical infrastructure for our mental health services and youth services and keep feeding people into this jail only to be abused and murdered, then pay for lawsuits and settlements. The fiscal responsibility is lacking. And since that's one of the biggest parts of all your jobs, why are y'all even here? Like Wayborn, if you're not doing your jobs, then you need to resign.
Following Chanel Johnson, we have Janelle Johnson.
I still do not understand why the sheriff has not been removed since all of the deaths and issues that are happening at the jail. You have homicides, you have drugs going into the jail by the jailers, and you also have jailers illegally soliciting purchase of babies, which is insane. So how much more is the county willing to pay since we're paying for the attorneys? Now, Jacravia Simmons, who apparently was never fired from pepper spraying my brother in the mouth. Mr. Simmons thinks because he quit, he can run away. But little does he know, there is no statute of limitations for murder. What he did was premeditated, and he should be indicted as well. Or are we going to be paying for his attorneys? Which is unfortunate. Have you guys watched the video yet? I'm guessing no. But if when, or whenever you guys do, you will see that Mr. Simmons is getting pulled off of my brother, because not only did he pepper spray my brother in the mouth, he pepper sprayed himself. But yet, he was able to quit. Why was he not fired? Why is Mr. Eckert not being disciplined? Why is Mr. Wayborn not being disciplined for not firing the jailers who murdered my brother? I don't understand that. It doesn't look good for the county, the fact that there are still more jailers that are still working, especially when the criminal case starts and everyone gets to see the video. Because when the whole world gets to see exactly what happened to my brother, there has to be an explanation for why things haven't been done yet. As far as JPS, I don't understand why they're not underneath investigation for fraud, because they said that they gave my brother epinephrine, and they did not. They didn't do anything. And when you see the video, you will see that. I don't understand why Mr. Wayborn is out here campaigning, because as he should know, he's not going to get elected. As far as I'm still living on this earth, he will not be elected. And that goes for everybody else who has not helped with this case for justice or accountability for my brother.
Following Ms. Johnson, we have Tara Wilson.
I see that Mr. Wayborn is still not here to explain to the residents what's wrong with his employees in the Tarrant County Jail, and that he should be here advocating his position. Just like my sister just provided, Jaquarius Simmons, under Chief Deputy Charles Eckert and Wayborn, deployed enough OC pepper spray to where it's on my brother's autopsy report, part of his cause of death. I did research and looked up under the Department of Justice training for pepper spray and how it's only supposed to be deployed in the eyes, and yet my brother had that deployed in his mouth. Do you know what that happens? According to that website, it will cause your larynx to flare up, mucous membranes to swell, exacerbate it, asking for help, and you can't breathe under that. And he did that on purpose, and yet he was able to go freely, just like Eckert and just like Wayborn. My brother suffered underneath that. And then, Mr. Ramirez, I heard that you had some type of time and intention to deploy the Cesar Chavez holiday, and yet you have killings happening underneath your precinct? You should be spending time on why you are here supporting Wayborn instead of you over here worrying about a holiday. You so proud of police. You know the causes of OC pepper spray, and that is what killed my brother. You guys will pay for this. And until you guys uphold Wayborn, until you make him accountable, you four will be part of his cause of death as well. Look up what pepper spray does. It's so rare that somebody dies from it, and my brother dies from it. And then on top of that, have somebody else expel less air onto him because they knew what they were doing. And that is what your sheriff is deploying and is running away from. Do something
Ms.
now.
Johnson, please lower your voice.
Do something. My voice is upper. My voice is high, so you can understand.
I'm going to ask you one more time. Please lower your voice.
Now.
Following Ms. Wilson, we have Bishop Kirkland. No Miss Wilson here? All right, Bishop Kirkland, you're up. Following Bishop Kirkland, we have Julie Griffin.
Oh, my preacher voice don't come out today. I prayed for the deputy that was shot last week. The Creator blessed us and he lived. My village as a whole is not anti-police, neither am I. I appreciate the deputy sheriffs. I want some bad actors and lawbreakers to go to jail, but not the mentally ill individuals. All this talk about the budget and money, we need more mental health professionals riding with the police. The past settlement of $1.2 million would have paid for at least 6 individual salaries over a 2 or 3 year period. I met another mother today who is hurting because her son died in the killing field. My people are hurting. They just need to know that you guys give a good god dang. I know some of you think that we have nothing better to do than to come here. We know things happen and issues, or some issues are unavoidable. Anthony, Chastity, deaths were preventable. We just want accountability. I listened to you go through a whole dialogue about agenda item J3. And then you talk 45 minutes about your benefit packages. And I get it, it relates to you and your well-being. But what about the things that affect the posterity of my village? That's what we want an open dialogue about. I want justice for Anthony Johnson and Chastity Bonner. As a Marine, when I told people I was from Fort Worth, Texas, most people had never heard of Fort Worth. So I had to start telling people I was from Dallas. Now we're on the map. Jackie Craig, Gregory Adams, Tatiana Jefferson, Chastity Bonner, Anthony Johnson Jr., Aaron Dean, Courtney Johnson, William Martin, John Ramos has put us on the map, not for something good. We can't even get an SOP from our sheriff. This is no longer a horse and buggy town. We are the 11th largest city in the United States of America. Yet, we have a sheriff who acts like he owns this town. That is a problem. I know why the Johnson girls get excited. And I see the faces, the looks on some of your faces, like here they go again. But have you thought for a second, these people are hurting. They are hurting.
All right, thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
In closed session, we will be discussing the Kelly Maston case. We all remember her from 2022, a 38-year-old woman with the mental capacity of a 4-year-old and with a rare seizure disorder. She was jailed instead of what her family requested, that she be taken to JPS during a crisis in which she bit her grandmother. The family repeatedly took her anti-seizure meds to the jail, which refused to take them. When her family finally came up with bail money and came to get Kelly out of jail, after 11 days of incarceration, she had bruises all over her body, a busted lip, fractured ribs, and a blackened eye, and was near death. She was placed in a medically induced coma after being rushed to JPS. Her case raises questions which I hope you will discuss among you. What policies and procedures does the jail follow for identifying developmentally disabled persons brought to their doors and for diverting them away from jail? How many people with IDD are currently in our jail? How many people with IDD are currently on the forensic wait list? What is being done to divert them? What are the jail protocols for addressing seizures? Why is there not a policy by the DA not to charge an individual who lashes out in a crisis who is equivalent in age to a very young child? Kelly Maston was in a coma because a seizure protocol was not administered by jail staff. They waited and watched until she nearly died and then rushed her off to the ER. You will also be discussing the Anthony Johnson Jr. case. The sheriff still has not released the full video of the last moments of his life and his death in the jail. Commissioners and Judge, I have not heard any of you except Commissioner Simmons make a call for its release to you for proper attention and oversight. I also call for its release to the public. We are in great need for radical transparency when it comes to our jail and jail deaths, and in particular that of Anthony Johnson Jr. His family has called for it. We call for it. We need to see how jail leadership runs our jail and how it allows those in its care to die, even in a homicide by staff. It is past time for accountability. Now is the time. Release the video. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, please remain seated and silent while I read the following. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under Sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. And we will close this portion of our meeting today before we move to executive session in honor of the late Sergeant Billy Randolph. With that, we are now in recess. we're up?
We're good. If Commissioner Fix is coming up the stairs right now.
Okay. All right, we're back after a fairly lengthy executive session. We have one item that we can take action on. That is item H1.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item H1, which is authorizing the chief of the Tarrant County CDA's office to execute an attorney employment agreement on behalf of Tarrant County for outside counsel. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Those are all the items we have. Our next meeting will be in early September. And with that, we are adjourned. Thank you for being here and thanks for watching.